Okay, let's see. I'm gonna move the music a bit. There you go. And I'm gonna click this one. There you go. Okay, so it's Thursday and welcome to Pia's Creative Corner. My name is Pia and today I'm going to do some cross stitching and I am probably going to do some scratch board, but we will see how the stream is going. It depends a bit on my eyes, how tired they get. I might be doing some coloring instead, or I might end up doing something else. So we will just see. The one thing's for sure, I'm not going to do any diamond painting today. I was very much in doubt what to do today. I really want to do something, what I felt like doing, and to be honest, I actually didn't felt like doing anything, um, just to sit and chat, and I'm not that good at chatting without doing something at the same time. So it landed on cross stitch as I am really I really want to get moving on this one. Before I get too much into it, I just need to get my drink and some glasses and my floss. I am doing, if this is the first time you are clicking on to my stream, whether it's on Evard or it's live, I am doing a Oaloa one, and it looks like this when it's probably, hopefully will be done. To be honest, I don't know when, but I'm only working on this piece. I have an Amazon kit and I have another Oaloa kit, but I really want to be done with this first. It is my first one, so just to be honest, I have a lot of other crafting going on, and recently I picked up on crocheting, and to not to get too stressed about all the things I want to do, too little time. I just want to isolate each project, so I'm doing this one as a cross stitch. I'm doing my usually rotation with my diamond painting kits, and all the rest has kind of their own lives. Um, let's see. The one challenge I have tonight is, or with this stream, is actually that I might be not as focused on the chat as I am using glasses, and I can't see the chat and the cross stitch at the same time. But we will see how it's going. Um, I have these needle minders on. Some of them are cover minders from my diamond painting, and some of them are more made for this. And I would say the difference between the one from the cover minders and from my needle minders are that the ones that have needle minders are more flat in it, like this one, and the other ones are more different shapes. It could be like my small snail up here, or my scented cover minder, or this one has a bit more curved. But it's still, the magnet behind this is a bit stronger, so I can still put a needle on it. It's not that strong on these ones, so they have a bit more difficulty in holding it. I have this one, which is from Oaloa, and it wasn't a minder in the beginning. I put a magnet on it, glue a magnet on it, and now it's a needle minder. So it holds a color here, and the color for that one is a bit puzzly. I think it's, this is where I kind of hate myself in the way that I'm having a color and I'm not sure which one it is, That is not the most optimal thing, but I think it's a 55, yeah. Hey Eula, welcome, thanks for stopping by. How are you doing today? So it is the straight line, and I think that's because I have them in between here. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna start with that one today. Let's see. Oh, congratulations, Ula. That is so nice. That is amazing. So you got your special contract job. That is amazing. Yeah, that does settle things down a lot. That did that to me too. Because the thing is that in Denmark you can get a special contract that so you can keep a job on a very small amount of hours, but you will still get a decent pay because the government will uh, add to the payment. So your your employer will pay you for the hours you're working, and the government will give you a pay on top of that. So you will actually have two incomes, and that means that it's a bit more affordable, or you could say you get a bit more out of it. Um, because I'm only working 10 hours, and if I should do it on a regular basis, I mean, I wouldn't have any money at all. As I would still be paying taxes and all that. So, so the payment I get out is not the same as I would as if I had an ordinary job, but it's more than I would get on social benefits, for instance. So that is amazing, Ula. That was really good news. So I think I'm gonna drag this a bit more and this down here. So you can stay out with all the dogs, yeah. Yeah, and you can say you have a job now. Yeah, so when people ask, and this is kind of, it is one of the things that you battle a lot with, I think, when you are either when you are unemployed or if you don't have a job due to any kind of if you have a disability or so, because we do tend to identify a lot with our job. So if people ask you what are you doing, they're not asking you like what are you doing in your spare time, they're meaning what are you working with. And so it can really be a hard time coping with the fact that you're not having a job. So just the fact that you have a job does give a lot to you as a person, and that's really really important to a lot of us, I think. And I mean, none of us has made this choice that we want to have like a body or a mind that makes you not have a full time job or an ordinary job. So just the fact that we can get to be as um, equal with the rest of the population in Denmark, I think, has a lot to say. I will, however, say it's not something that you just get easily. It's a long, long process, and so when you're finally there, it's like a enormous amount of burden has been lifted off your shoulders, because you on the process you will be monitor it, you feel like you're on a constantly watch, and everyone is like have to evaluate you, and you might be going through some physical stuff like I did, and I wouldn't be able to get this special contract if there was still treatment for my condition. So as long as there's treatment, you can't get that special contract. So you need a lot of documentation from the doctors that tells the authorities that there's nothing more they can do, and this is something that's not treatable anymore. Yeah, I think the 2 years is a normal kind of thing. I did a little bit more because I was running into a lockdown and stuff, but still, yeah. I mean, the last place I worked before I got my special contract, they were kind of, should they extend it, because I hadn't been there for that long and there was this lockdown coming on, and my caseworker said, well, I'm gonna write myself out of this because I don't think you should go anymore. You have been out in so many different things and nothing changes, it's still the same thing. So yeah, but yeah, I think that in average, say about 16 months is what you should calculate with how long time it's gonna take for you to get a contract like that. So yeah, so congratulations, that is so good news, Ula. That is really amazing. So I think I'm gonna let's see, I'm gonna work down here. So just to get my camera adjusted like that. Zoom in closer. Yeah, I think that is okay. So I think this is gonna be the area, and of course I'm gonna move the camera if I am changing area I'm gonna work in. This is actually a very confetti heavy part of my project, and it's a challenge, I would say. It is my first cross stitch, so just the fact about, you know, changing colors all the time and all that, that there's a bit more work in it than when I do with the diamond paint. Oh yeah. So the weather in Denmark is really like spring at the moment. They have forecast about 11 degrees tomorrow. And that is really high temperatures for the season. However, they have forecast a bit colder next week. So, and for some areas we'll get snow. So I think it's just a tad, just a piece of the spring is showing, and then it will be returning to some colder weather. But all the flowers, the spring flowers um, are coming through at the in the earth from the earth. So it's really nice, and it gives you a bit more lighter mood, I think. I'm not usually um, very sensitive to the darkness in the winter per se, in that sense that I go into deep depression, but I can for sure feel the difference between the light part of the year and the darker part of the year, that's for sure. Um, so, uh, so as I say, this is my first cross stitch project, and I kind of bought it the same way as I buy diamond paintings. So I bought it from what I felt like this is a beautiful one. I'm gonna do this. I was kind of trying to see if they had more beginner friendly kits, but at that point none of the kits were kind of marked that way. So I was like, well, one is as good as the other one. I think if anyone should ask me for an advice, I might say that they should choose one with not that many colors or not as big as this one is. But yeah, it's kind of a typical thing for me to do. But I'm all in for the challenge. I mean, I'm just taking it easy, and for the most part, I really like just working with the needle and thread. It gives me a lot of calm and ease, and I kind of when I'm working with it on my own, excuse me, off stream, I'm really more like zoned in. Hang on, I need to open the window for a second. Yeah, that is true. Like, I like it. I like it. Size matters. Size matters. I like the big ones, the big projects. But you could say for someone who doesn't know whether you like doing cross stitch or not, it was a bit of a chance to go, but with that project, what if I didn't like it? But I was like, if I don't like it, and I'm like, then I would just see if anyone else would finish it. I think I would be able to find someone who did cross stitch, and would finish the project if it was, and I wouldn't. I mean, I didn't. At least I didn't buy the rest of my projects, my two other projects, before I started this one. So I saw Miss Coffee. She put up a video about this Wobble brand that does some beginner crocheting kits. I was checking it out, and unfortunately, it looks like they're not sending to other places than Canada and the States so far, because it looks really um, really nice, and it was small, small projects that you would really you were able to kind of see the start and the finish, and they had made the beginner kits like the whole principle with the diamond paintings and this one, so you get all what you need in the package, the crochet hook and the yarn and all that. So that was really really good thinking. I think it's a good way of getting people to get interested in new craft, because you don't have necessarily a crochet hook, so and what size should you get and all that. So I think it's a good way to do it. So hopefully it will be available at one point um, for us in Europe. Let's see. So I was thinking of actually taking the Forest Friends, diamond painting Forest Friends with me in here. But the reason why I didn't, and I kind of regret it and I kind of don't, the reason why I did it was I really didn't want to put all the setup together, and it's sitting really good where it is, and I'm making good progress on it. So I just wanted to keep it there, and then I could just, keep on working on it tomorrow during day and see how far I get. I think 2 rows or so from. I'm about to finish 1 row, and then I will be 2 rows left, 2 rows and 2 lines left of the picture. So it's durable, and it's probably something I'm gonna finish next week. Um, Maybe even before. I don't know. That depends a bit how much I get to work on it for the next couple of days. But it is really it's not like it's a lot of color blocking, but it's a lot where I can use, even with the confetti, I can still use the multiplacers a lot. So, and I would say it's I would actually say it's not because it's with round drills it goes faster, but it is in a way. Um, I just need to take a half hour sweat on. I need to take a. Jesus, I'm hot right now. Maybe I get a bit of a hot flash here. So that's a good thing when I don't have any camera on me, so I can not. I'm not like I'm naked, but I can take a bit more clothes off than I probably would if I was on camera. Um, so unfortunately, my plan was I was gonna show off my finish, the steampunk prowess, but two things. First of all, I forgot all about it, and I realized it when I was halfway on my work to work. I was like, okay, shoot, I did forget something. Two, I did pick it out today, and I was gonna. Originally, I wanted to put some duct tape on it, but when I took off the washi tape, some of the drills fell off, and I was like, maybe I should give it a protecting layer on top. So I'm more inclined to do that now, just to prevent any drills to fall off whenever it's moved, and because I am going to move it and roll it, and yeah. So I am probably gonna do it. I think so. I have from today entered my winter holiday as I'm not working on Fridays, so it's really nice. I got to do a bit of reading today, oh, a lot of reading actually, and it all had to do with my work. So it's not like I wasn't reading like crime novels or anything, which I probably would have been more found more like nice, but you can't always get what's nice. Um, but I read about some law stuff because I needed to update our. We have a handbook for employees from where I work, and I have uh, put that together with my boss, and it needed to be edited a bit due to some changes to the laws and all that. So we are going to do that, and I needed to read up on the laws, to be honest. And I know that my boss really wanted to get it done, but the problem is that when I'm gonna write something that is gonna be more, like explain things, so it need to make sense in my head before I can write a good text about it. So if it doesn't make sense up in my head, it's not gonna make sense for anyone else. That's kind of where I'm coming from, and my boss know that, so he was not mad about it. I think he was a bit frustrated, but yeah, it is what it is. Everything can't be fixed in a blink of an eye, and things does sometimes take the time things take. Hey Gina, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. How are you doing today? And how are your project with the Games of Thrones going? I saw that you were all ready and good to go with it. Was it last night? I saw it on Waronda stream. So So I got to read up about on the laws, and I got to read about some mental illness, and stuff like that, because that's also part of what we're working with, people that has mental illnesses. And it's not like I am working with it, but I have a general interest in it just due to my background from my as a social worker. So, and I really like to know what people are talking about when you are, at a company lunch or something. So when people are talking about things like that, I really want to know what they're talking about. So I'm not, looking stupid, I think, in a way. So for some people, I know it might seem a bit much to read things like that when it's not a part of your job, but it's a part of a just a ordinary, but I have a overall interest in the whole people's mind and all that. So I really want to know more, and due to the all my issues with my own body, even things I do know, I really love to read up on it and keep me updated and refresh, because I tend to forget a lot of things I already know, what I learned and stuff like that. Yeah, I have been painting. Oh, and you have been practicing skull drawing, Gina? The whole drawing things, I'm like, I in one way I really want to be a part of it, but in another way I really don't know how to get the time for it. Um, and just to the fact that for the most part um, those streams where Miss Coffee, as it is her, who are doing all the um, training in traditional art, it is what is it's like when it's a 3 a.m. in the morning here in Denmark. So, and I'm not in the mood for drawing anything at that that day, period, at that point of day. So it's just something that I think if I am going to do it, it's gonna be on my own. Unfortunately. And that's, I think, is what can be frustrating about the whole time zone thing, is that the feeling I'm missing out is sometimes, I think personally, a bit of an issue for me. Oh, it's quite okay. It's quite okay, Gina. It's quite okay. I don't mind. It's like, I think it's a way where I'm kind of, I will get to that at one point. I am doodling a bit on my own, and whenever I feel like it. And I think that is maybe the most important thing, that I'm not stressing out that I need to do this prompt or whatnot, because I feel like I have all the whole plate full of things I need to do during day. So it's quite okay, but thank you. Um, I can't. We can't get to do everything. I think, and it's one of the reasons why I'm actually having a whole week off work now as a winter holiday. It's a bit of a more. It's a bit more than a week, but it is something to do with the fact I really want to do all the videos, and I have a whole lot of pictures, finished projects that I want to do for my gallery. And to be honest, I just don't have the time. I don't have the resources in my everyday life. Whenever I reach the point where I could do it, I am absolutely beat. Um, so that is what I'm gonna do next week. Is I'm gonna do a lot of content, as I say. I'm gonna do a lot of videos. Um, I want to focus on my gallery, and I want to focus on these how-to videos, or videos on what I have experience with trays or pens or all these accessorized things, but divided in small videos and with good headlines. So, and I'm gonna do a cleanup on my playlist on my YouTube channel. So I want to give it a facelift in that way, and I have wanted to do that for ages. But it's like whenever I get to do it, it's like, oh man, it's gonna be tomorrow. Because now I really just feel like sitting down, do some crafting, and just put my head away. So so I never get to do it. So that is one of the reasons why it's like, okay, I'm just gonna for next week, I'm just gonna do these things, and then I would be doing that, and at least have a good portion of it done. So, and then maybe in when we have Easter holiday, do a bit more, and for the summer holiday a bit more, and just relax with just the fact that I'm not gonna do it on my everyday life because I don't know when to do it. um even my stream sometimes, like for instance today, just because my I've been using my head that much with all the reading and all that. So I was really beat, and I think that was one of the reasons why I was like, I don't know what to do tonight. I didn't feel like doing diamond painting. I was really not. uh, There was I could do some knitting. I could do. There was a lot of things I can do, but I was really not like. As I say, I was more like inclined just to sit and chat, drink coffee, and have a smoke every now and then. That was what I was really, if I should do whatever I felt like. But I'm also really, very, very much aware that that is not something I want to fill my my stream with. So, uh, if I could have a video and a setup with me in a recliner and a cup of coffee, reading a book for a whole stream, that would have been perfect today, I think. So, but not today. And it's all good. The thing is, whenever I get like this, and to be honest, I can't be like close to just canceling the stream. I know that if I have the smallest amount of energy to start it, I will get the energy as I go because I really love doing these things. I love talking to chat. I love doing the crafting. I love, all the things. So it's not like I'm not. It's not like I'm hating doing the stream, because if I did hate it, I wasn't gonna do it. That's for sure. Um, so I think so it's something I do if I can find the smallest amount of energy for it, and that is why I'm here now. I found that small amount of energy, and I love every minute I'm here. So and talking to you guys, do some crafting, do a bit of rambling over something, whatever, and whatever moves the goose. I was getting my nails done. As you can see, I didn't get anything new on it. I just have completely neutral my own nails, short so I can work, do fast typing on my computer, um, and as getting my nails done is a luxury thing, and just because my husband, he's getting some new medication, and it is a bit expensive, and until we know whether he's going to do this, on the long for the long haul or it's just a temporary thing. I'm just gonna keep things on hold, you know. So there are things I can't stop the motion of and that I already bought or ordered and paid for, but with the nails is it's an easy one. I'm gonna go back to get my nails done later this year, of course. Just for now, I'm just gonna put it on hold and keeping neutral nails, whether I like it or not. I really love having nail art on my nails and have beautiful nails that way. Just because I would never be able to do it myself. That's one thing. And another thing is that um, I want to support a small shop here in Denmark, and I do that by getting my nails done and she's very very skilled. She's a very very good nail artist and very, you know, particular about her job, so they're always on point, my nails, when she does it, and I would never be able to do anything like that myself. But I was getting my nails done Monday, and they were long long overdue. And she said to me, "Oh, did you see that did you see did you see the news about the girl that got allergy from getting nails done?" And I said, for doing her nails herself. I was like, "No, to be honest, whenever I read my television, it's only for or remote control for the TV. It's only to put some kind of Siri on so I can do crafting. I really don't want to see the news because I always get sad because of all the misery and war and all that. And so yeah, but what she told me was kind of interesting though. It was that there hasn't been a lady on the show, and she told that one of the companies she bought a do-it-yourself kit from, excuse me, she got allergy from the products, and this is they do warn about this apparently on the package, that you can that it is a risk. Um, and as we were talking about it, she said, "Well, there's a reason why, you know, when you go to one of us, that we do have all the knowledge behind, because it is chemistry. Because if there wasn't any chemistry, the products wouldn't stay on your nails. But if you don't prep correctly and all that, yeah, then you will up the risk for you to get allergy. And there can be things in these non-controlled products that that will that there's a higher risk to develop allergy. And the reason why we came all along around this was because the brand she's using has been awarded as the best Irish product for the fourth year in row, and it is on the EU side of Irish or Ireland. So that is a kind of guarantee that there's not too many harmful chemistry in it, because EU, there can be said a lot of bad things about EU, but they are very strict about a lot of the rules for what to put in products, and you can't put it on the market if you're not fulfilling these rules. So, and that for me as a consumer is a really good safeguard to have, to say, but if it's a EU product, then it will be more safe than, for instance, a China product, because there are no, you know, laws or legislation about this in China. They can put whatever in the product they would like. So And then they told, I think she said there was a, they told the kids all the way down to age 11, I think, was getting their nails done, as you know, with acrylic or nail extension with acrylics and all that, like grown up nails. And I mean, this is, like I said, but it doesn't say, isn't there a age limit on it? I don't know much about it. So I was just asking, and she said, well, she was like, where is the parents? Because they should be the ones to say no and say, this is, not good for you. You can get an ordinary nail polish on, that doesn't take a lot of harsh chemicals to stay on the nail. Uh, Plus, you don't need, as a child, you don't need nails extensions. Why should you need nail extensions? Um, your nails need to grow and be cut, just as a organic thing. It shouldn't be something artificial put on your nails. Um, and we came around the whole discussion about all the Botox and the big breast implants and all that, and we were talking about the whole concept about seeing girls, and I mean this is girls, this is females under the age of 18 getting Botox. I'm like, where in the world do you think you need Botox? Um, and I mean, for me, I have been working with girls in the 20s that getting Botox, and I was like, sweetheart, I didn't say it, but my thoughts were like, you don't have a wrinkle on your face. I mean, if you frown really hard, you can make one, but it will smooth out really fast. And and I'm like, why? Um, and we were talking about this, but I was like, as when you get 18, you can't, your parents can't say anything. But I think as long as you're under 18, your parents has a obligation to say no, to say this is not good for you, instead of saying sure, honey, let's go. I mean, and even I would say in the age, I mean, I talked with my best friend about this because she has a very, very, um, she's always been very small, um, bra size, and it was a problem for her when she was young, or we were young. But she got her breasts done when she had her twins, and she was like, I'm not gonna have any more kids. My breasts are like a sock with a coin in, and I'm gonna roll it up and tuck it in my bra. So I think I would really love to have a my breasts done. And I said, I think it's an amazing idea. And the size she got is very close to a just an a you know a suitable size for her figure and all that. So it's not like she got these really humongous big breasts. She just got a good handful, so to speak. And I think, I mean, in that context, I think it's an amazing idea. I think when you are a grown up woman and you got all your kids, and everyone knows that when you're breastfeeding your kids, it will take a toll on your breasts. So I think that makes so much sense that you will get your breast done in that context. But it's hard for me to completely understand why you, when you are a very young girl or a young lady or young woman, that even though you have small breasts, that you feel the need that your whole life is about what size your breasts are. And that no one, I mean, I know a lot of it has to do with what the media, the social media, TikTok, Instagram, influence, all that, what they are telling us. Um, the commercials, what they are showing or have been showing. So I do get that. But I also feel like it all about how they look at themselves. Yeah, absolutely, Gina. I'm so 100% there. And I feel like it has a lot to do with the real life role model. You know, it's not necessarily something to do with our moms. It could be an aunt, it could be a teacher, it could be, yeah, an older sister or whatnot, that kind of, help them build that self confidence, that it's okay to have small breasts, for instance, or have a big breast for that matter, or have whatever looks you have. Um, yeah, well, I think you're right that a lot has to do with the what you see in the movies and all that, and on the internet. Yeah, that pretty girls looks like in a certain way. I saw a documentary from a Danish man traveling all over the world. It's called the biggest, the largest, and he's a very good teller. So, and he was actually in Korea, in Seoul, South Korea, and there it's very, very in and modern to get all kinds of plastic surgery and get your face modified. You will get some of your cheekbone removed, so your face will get more narrow in it. So, for instance, I have a very broad face. Um, and actually a bit broader than for Asian in general, or for Korean in general. So if I was like that, I would get my face done smaller or more narrow, and that's all the anime uh, culture they have going on. So a lot of young, really really young girls get things done, so they never you will never know how they would look in real life. You saw that too, yeah, Ula, yeah, and it is kind of scary. Um, and it all I know they taught when I went for a lot of years. I was myself visiting Korea, and they talked about that at that point, and for the longest time back in history, it was a thing getting your eyes, whatever you could get your eyes more, less Asian look and more European or Caucasian look, the better it was. So what they did all sorts of things, surgery wise, tape wise, whatever. And then of course all the coloring your hair so it would be black, get it curled so it wouldn't be so straight. So it's and I would say, from my experience, a lot of the Asian girls should just go on West, and they will discover that actually a lot of men thinks that it's a very exotic and beautiful thing to be Asian and to look like an Asian girl and not like something in between. But that again is what you are influenced by in your everyday life. I'm just like, I don't, what grown up women does, or grown up men does, I have nothing to say against that. That's completely their own decision. And if you're in an age of 30 thinks that I've been battling this my whole life, now I want something to change, do it. By all means, if you have money, do it. Um, but I think there's something wrong with sometimes not even fully grown human beings want to change the way they look. Then I feel like someone is letting these people down, and it's not. I mean, are not a good. They're missing out on support system, and I mean, I this is, I think, without having a real good base of facts behind this, but by my own knowledge and what I read and stuff like that, it is an issue in Asia. it is an issue that we have a whole culture of individuals um, being used to catering only to themselves. So when individuals get kids, who are they taking care of? I mean, they're only used to taking care of themselves. In a nutshell, they're actually only used to taking care of themselves. So their kids needs to find their support system. Maybe if they're lucky, they will have some older generation parents, grandparents, or a good mentor, a good teacher that can show them the way. But other than that, they will find their mentor or their influencer online, and they will look to the anime culture. They will look, and I mean, there's a reason why it is as it is in Asia, and there's a part that historic. There's a part that's kind of the historic way that you have the whole face culture. There's no one's gonna, you will be very careful of not losing face for to another person. If you're wrong, you won't show them you are sad, mad, or anything. um you will be very careful not embarrassing anyone, and just have a good, this all everything is good here. And on the other hand, you have a whole culture rising from the fact that, for instance, in China, they have had this one child policy for a lot of years. I think they rose it to two now, but or they have opted up to two, but I think it has a consequence, raising nations on individuals, people being used to only being catering as one and as a princess or prince, then that does not have to um, see to beyond their own side. That doesn't. They're not raised to take care of others. They're not raised to look above their own plate. Oh, so Ulla is telling that his husband has an eye that is a bit bigger than the other, and and a nose that isn't looking completely normal. So when he was a kid, he was or as young boy, he was offered to get it done or get it fixed. Um, but he said no because this is the way he was born. Yeah, and I mean, I think it is because in the in the life where you only live on the surface, on the things that other people can see, if that was matter 100% for you, no one, then the whole appearance, the way you look, the way you dress, that will tell everybody who you are. But who you are as a person, no one will know, and that is a problem. I mean, there's a reason why they have a suicide rate that's so high in Asia. It is partly because of that, and the other part is because they have this whole competition way to live. So there's only, I mean, everyone wants to be number one, and if you don't be number one, or if you are number two, I mean, there can only be one number one. So if you're number two, you failed, and I think it's so sad that to raise young people like that, to raise kids like that. No one should be in an environment where the whole society is built on only winners. And that is one side of it. On the other side, I am completely aware that a country like South Korea would never have been able to rise from the dust after the Korean War as fast as they did as a nation, um, if they haven't had that culture in back then. but I mean, today it's not a needed. You don't need a culture like that, and I think it's. I hope that it's something that is changing out there. I hope it's something that more and more will look another way and choose another way to live. That's my hope. Hmm. Okay, that was my 5 cent of rambling. Let's see. I have a color here that is a bit in between, and I think I need to do that because otherwise it will disappear in a way. So let's see, it is. So when I find the symbol on my cloth here, I then will go and find it on here on the ledger, either here on my paper or I can see it on the edges of my cloth, and I think it is that one. So it is a 57, and I think I already have that here, don't I? Yeah, it is this one. Let's see. So that was one thing. What was the other thing I was thinking? Oh yeah, so I saw, you know, sometimes you when I don't know if you know that, but this is how it is for me. Sometimes when I'm on YouTube, I just browse around. It gives me some. It suggests me some different videos that could be of my interest, and that's okay for me. And one of those that popped up was a channel, apparently a really um, a channel that has two, both a silver and a gold YouTube button, I think. So it's it's not a small one, but they are it's a shelter, and they have created this whole YouTube channel for their shelter, and they have this very charismatic host that goes and sit with dogs. So what he does is that he, I think, in the best way, try to establish contact with some of the new dogs that has been arrived or that has arrived, and if it seems like if he reads out of his first meeting that will be with the dog behind in closed doors, or say in the cage, and him outside the cage, and if it seems like he is getting a read on that it would be okay for him to enter, he will enter. Other, if it doesn't, he will just try and talk to it first from the outside of the cage, and try and use treats, or well, just to sit outside the cage and talk with the dogs. So and it caught me. I love dogs, and I like to see people working with the dogs and all that. And what I think that captivated me, and maybe probably a lot of other people, is the way he is with the dogs, and actually the way how the dogs are accepting him. And he's not like, he's just there. He's not trying to be their friend if they don't want to, but he will try, and of course he will try and make friends because they need to get these dogs to their forever homes. But they have both. One of the dogs were literally thrown over the fence and into the yard, and yeah. So it was. They didn't know anything about it. They didn't have a chip or anything. So what they do is they um, try to establish some kind of contact to the dog, and then they give it a bath, groom, cut it and bathe it and cut it and groom it, and then it gets a bandana, and then it get the profile picture for their website and for the post for their forever home, so people can go and watch. So um, I think what really caught me watching it is because he makes these updates about how have it these dogs he has been sitting with, how's it going, has they found a forever home, or are they still looking, and what if they have, are they well, and some of them do come back because it's not working. One of them, one of the dogs came back because it apparently the daughter in the house had severe animal allergy, and they didn't know because they, I think they had cats, so they kind of just thought that they could have a dog, so they didn't know, so they had to give the dog back. um, and he was sitting with the first one I watched was a video where he was sitting with uh, Alaskan Malamute, and then as the video progresses, he tells that it's actually they have a brother and a sister there. So the one he's sitting with is a sister, and then there's a brother, and they are both very skimmish, and but they're very nice and very soft. They're more afraid. They're not aggressive. They're not nothing. So I think I'm gonna keep an eye out to see how that is progressing. It got me really curious about the work they're doing. And he says the videos go all the way around the world, and they have even had requests from Sweden. And he said, well, we are not set up for that kind of um, for that kind of things, but they're very appreciative and thankful for whatever people are giving them, the donation, and so a lot of people, when they do adopt a dog, gets something with them. If they get to be a part of this video thing. So one of them got a feeding with a camera in, and another one got some bedding and some food, and I really felt it was really nice. I mean, to me, it felt truly like they were doing this for the dogs and not for the money. Um, and that the people working there were doing all they could to, to everyone was going to have a positive experience out of it, no matter whether they were walking out of there with a dog or not. So they had some meet and greets, and for instance, if the potential new home was had a dog already, they would have a meet and greet with the dog being the already resident dog, and then of course the new one, to see if they can figure it out and all that. And sometimes people would come from really far away to adopt these dogs, and one of them, they had a 1-eared German Shepherd. It was the most amazing German Shepherd. So sweet, so gentle, so soft in the language, body language, trusty, and just, I was like, just because you don't have an ear, Jesus Christ, people, why don't you just keep your dogs? I mean, so um so that was that one. A lady came very far away. She had to take a flight. uh, I think she came, oh, I can't remember, but she traveled a long distance, and not from abroad, but from someone from another state at least, and she had to take a flight, and it was a good long stretch from the shelter to the airport. So he was putting the dog in the back seat, of his car and a travel case in the trunk, and then moving out. And the dog, after a couple of miles, I think, he just fell asleep. He really just fell asleep on the back seat. And then he put him in the crate, nothing there, and he was just, I mean, he was like, he said it felt like almost the dog knew it was going to, it was safe now, no worries, it would get to a good home. And I mean, that's just, I think it's so heartwarming. And I love the fact that there are people and volunteering to go to walk the dogs and socialize them and all that. And there are dogs they really need to, that has a longer stay because they are not suitable for adoption when they enter the shelter, but then the shelter will do everything to make them, train them, and handle them and socialize them. A lot of dogs, sad enough, has just been by themselves for most of their lives, even though they have been owned, but then they haven't. I'm like, I don't get it. And I do get it because I know why, but I still, I'm like, you are a grown ass. No, you should be a grown up, and you should know that when you are saying yes to a puppy, this puppy will someday be bigger, and you take a part. You have a responsibility. You have to have money for the food, for the insurance, for everything. Um, so don't, if you don't have. Um, Things can happen. People can get sick and all this. So it's not like I'm completely just like, don't ever get a dog if you have nothing but 100% guarantee, because things can happen. And that's, I know, for instance, when people get divorced and stuff like that, it really can be really tough on the family and on the dog and all that. So I'm sorry, I'm just gonna do the thing on the back side. It's gonna come back just in a minute. The picture. So I don't want to move the camera because it's gonna lose the zoom in position. Mm, mm, so there are a couple of there. Do I have them anywhere else? Oh, they could be those two. I need to see if they are. Let's see, where are we? Let's go to, I think. And we're here. Over there. And I need this one. The first one. No, let's see. This one is in the corner. Oh yeah, it's down here. So yeah, see. And it has okay. This is the hardest thing is because I'm not. I just want to be 100% sure before I stitch that it is actually the color, and I think sometimes it can be a bit of a struggle for me to find out where on the actual pattern I am compared to where I am at the cloth. So, but I figured out I was right, and it's often just to, you know, I know it's just to make sure. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Goody good. Goody goody. So that I was watching, and there was a dog that came in, and it hadn't been groomed for a year or so. It was so the coat was so matted that I couldn't find the feet. The tail wasn't as long as they thought. It was just tangled up hair and dirt, and it was so gross. And the, and the poor dog shrunk about a completely dog size. It was half a dog when they got to cut it all off and give it a bath, and they had to give it a mild sedation just because after they cut the most of the body, when they came around to do the face and the ears and all that up in the head, it couldn't, it was so exhausted, this poor dog. So and it was reacting, it was, then it would try and bite it, and just so they didn't have to hold it, just because it was traumatized enough as it is. So they gave it a mild sedation, and it relaxed, and they could cut so it could see out of its eyes and get its ear fixed, and yeah. And I'm again like, why get a dog that needs grooming if you're not up to it? But yeah, it's just some sad stories, I think, and of course it goes straight to your heart, and that is also part of the purpose with the videos. I'm not blind to that. um but yeah. I mean, I get why people get dogs from shelters. I believe that you can get some really good dogs, and if you have the time, the resource, and the knowledge, you can actually get really good dogs out of it. And whenever because I am looking at these shelters in Denmark, so whenever I do that, what in the actual hell did they think? Okay, we're just gonna go with the flow here. So hang on. No, it's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do it like this. Don't worry, just talking to myself. Um, so I would say if it wasn't because I already have a really good dog, If I was like I'm not having any dog, I want a dog, and with the knowledge and all that, and we can offer a dog a really good life, where it will be the dog in, complete center. And for instance, I would get a German Shepherd because I've had a German Shepherd, and I would know how to train it, how to work with it, give it the best day, the best life I could. Um, I completely would, but because I've had a dog like that, not from a shelter, as it was a boyfriend I had at one point. His sister got a dog that they couldn't handle. So we slash I said yes to take that dog, and so I know how it is to get a raw dog, so to speak, when it's in the age of 1.5 year, and it's not impossible, but you need a lot of I wouldn't say resources in that way. It's not like it, and it's not like it will take you more money, because I think in that way you will of course make sure that the dog you get is in good health and all that. So, but it does take a lot of extra time with training, and I know that because I've had an 8 week puppy compared to all the teenage dogs. And I must say that the work you do with a teenage dog is a bit more than it is with a puppy. It's just this. But it's not in a bad way. It's just so you know that it's not, you can't expect it to be like something that will arise by itself. It's hard work. It is, but it can absolutely be worth it, and you can get an amazing dog out of it. I mean, I got an amazing dog out of it, and we went to competitions in obedience and all that. I knew there were things he was never going to be good at, and we some of the things he learned only in his senior years. But it is what it is, and when I did say goodbye to him, my vet said that, well, because I was really in doubt whether to do it or not, because there was circumstances in my life that was like, I'm not sure I can take this dog with me as where I'm going, as I had tried, and he was not handling very well. He was an old dog, and I talked to my vet, and he said, "You have given this dog a long, good life, and he has had the best he could have ever wished for. So you don't have to feel bad for not rehoming him as it is." So I said goodbye to him, and I think it was the best thing, because he was a one man dog, and he was not very good at coping with kids, and I was about to enter a life where kids would be a big part of it, and I had a lot of thoughts about this, because again you're saying yes to this, and so it was one of the hardest decisions I ever made, but I also think it was one of the most rightful ones, or what you could say right ones, if there is one in that sense. I felt like I couldn't offer him a home anywhere where I would be sure he would be okay with being, because him and I were so close, and there were so many things that you should be aware of. He was a very, very unique dog. But he was a lovely dog, and I think he actually was 10, I think, 9 or 10. So And another thing, I know people would think I was, too selfish. I should just have waited till he got there by himself. But yeah, I prefer that way over that he should be rehomed or be in a shelter because, or be put down because he bit a child or something. I would rather just take that decision before anything bad happened. So da, 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 da. I'm just gonna check up on time. Time. Okay. I think I'm gonna go with about 30 minutes more with cross stitch, and then I think it will be suitable for me to change things around. I'm gonna do my put my cross stitch away, get my scratch. I'm gonna do the scratch at the side because it's really long time since I did that. But before that, I think that it might be a at least one who would love to draw a card today, if I'm not mistaken. So we're gonna do that too. But first, just gonna oops go here. You're right, says Ula. You're absolutely right. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna draw some angel cards. Um, Fields, this, yeah, 54. That's actually one I haven't had, or it's a long time. So, I've almost moved all of my colors here. Not all of them, but when I got the cross stitch picture here, it was this. I had a big, huge, humongous bunch of floss, and I was I was like, oh my god, whatever did I ever go into here, because there was a lot. Um, I have moved a lot of them from these card things. Oops. Um, they are sitting in as I bought it, and I moved it to my plastic ones just because they are a bit more easier to handle. Especially when there was a lot on this one. Oops. I usually just roll them up like that, and then I have these ones that I put it on. So all of the flaws that are here are something I'm in some one way or the other I'm using them. So I put, if I have a small, a small leftover floss, I'm putting it there. I'm finally done with work, so headed out. Sorry I wasn't able to chat, but thank you for the company. Enjoyed listening in. Oh, you're so welcome, Bauba. Thank you for listening in and be lurking. And have a good day. You are more than welcome to stop by and listening in another time, another day. I am back tomorrow, so please stop by and do that again. Take care out there on the streets. So oops. Come on. So when I started cross stitching, I was, as I said, this is my first one. I'm new, and I got this huge thing, card thing with all these flowers, and I was like, I'm gonna take this bunch, find out of these three every time which one is which, and I was just like, there must be an easier way. There must be a better way, I think. I don't know if it's better or easier or anything, but it's a way where I can kind of uh, my mind doesn't get overloaded, and I'm not like, oh shoot, how I'm ever gonna get through all of that. Um, so so I was thinking of these white plastic ones. You can kind of wind them up on. I know a lot of people do, um, but I was like, I tried a couple of the threads, and I'm like, I can't really see myself. I need something that is more me. So I think that was why when I saw this, I think I saw it on Wish actually first time. No, on Amazon. I saw these on Amazon, and I was like, soon further out. Oops. I think I moved it. Let's see. I think it moved. Soon further out. No. I have it. This is what happens when I move, because I moved my damn camera, and now I have to do. Hang on. A reset on it, because I did a zoom in and I did a zoom out before the stream, and it worked perfectly. But now I have moved the camera, and my camera's like, mm-hmm. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do like this, and then I'm just gonna do, I don't care. We're just gonna do like this. So, um, so I use this. I found this on Amazon, and it was like a bit more accessible for me, I think. Um, so I can have the thread here. So for some of the colors, I will only have like, this, and then I will have the rest on the cardboard. And for other of the colors, this is what's on here is all there is. Um, Maybe I'm gonna do something in between with the next one. I'm not sure. I actually bought different ones for the two other projects I have, so I have for all my projects. The only thing I have with this one is they tend to get loose here, but if I bind them in another way, I feel like it takes too long to bind untie them. So, and it's not really bothering me in that sense. I just need to be a bit careful when I'm moving them around. So that was one thing, and the other thing I did was I put them in Ziploc bags when I'm not using the floss. All the project, the two others I'm working on, but I have started on, I have put them in big Ziploc bags, so they're not getting dirty or dusty, and because I have dog, and things tend to get dusty, and dog hair like things. My dog tend to shed a bit, so come on. So there's probably a better way or easier way, but this is the way I do it, and for now that's what works for me. And I might be doing, because I've seen other kind of thread sorting things, but for now, for me moving, because I move so much around and use it on this table, I use it in my couch and all that, I'm not really want to, I don't want to, I think we're going to start here. I don't want to move it, I don't want to buy something that takes a lot of space. These are really good, I think, because they can be put in my basket and I can move it all in one move. If it's much bigger, it might not fit my basket, and I'm like, that's not now. But it might be something in the future when I get another setup. Did I? Yeah. When I get another setup where I'm sitting on another kind of frame, it might be something else. I'm looking at a thing where it is a square frame and then it can use it's one piece that has three different settings, so to speak. So I can use it on the table like this. I can use it on the couch where I'm like using it as a table, not couch, on in bed, table bed, and I can use it as a floor stand. So it is a bit more expensive than these, but as I understand it, it is handmade. And if and then if I get it three settings or three tables in one, it would be absolutely amazing, because then I'm not like, then I don't have locked, I haven't locked myself to one thing. And just because I kind of think that this will be the average size, so I'm not going to do anything smaller. And the one I looked at will be, I think, the same size wide as this cloth. So I will see. It's not gonna be now. I have a vet bill I'm gonna pay that will be coming up here in March. So that's just around the corner. And different other small things like, I don't know what it is with washing machines and tumble dryers and all that kind of things like that. They tend to break down at the same time. It's not like washing machine one year and tumble dryer next year. No, 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 no. That's not how it works. So for now, I'm just crossing my fingers and I'm very careful not overfilling my washing machine, and only tumble dry the most important, like towels and stuff like that. Everything else is something I are hanging on a, what do you call, drying thing. So another thing I think with this one, this way of doing cross stitch, or just in general figuring out a new system, is the thread, the color of the thread and the color on the stamped color on the cloth are two different things. And actually it can be three different things, because when you look at, for instance, the legend, either on the cloth or on the print on the paper, it can look a bit different. Not so much the symbol itself, but more as the color. So I'm going a lot with the how the symbol look, and then I would be like, okay, we're hoping that that is the color. Yeah. But I believe it might be a bit difficult to get all the things to get 100%. That might be a bit stupid that way. Yeah, it was a bit stupid. So I have a appointment with my doctor. I'm sharing something a bit personal, but still I think someone might benefit for the information because this is something I didn't know. And not because I didn't know it, everyone else, no one else knew it, but um, it has something to do with what we are told and what we read. Again, how the media is treating things. Um, I have a doctor's appointment and I'm gonna get my blood drawn. I'm getting an overall um, examination of my blood and my heart and blood pressure and all that. So, there's two reasons for this um, health check, you can call it that. One is that I am over 50, um, and I have been for the past a bit more a couple of years. I would say for the longest time I have been complaining about tiredness, whatnot, different things. And last time I did it, my doctor did like a blood panel, a blood thing, and he said, well, you might be lying very close, or your values are very close to a diabetes 2. um and what he said at that point was that if you lose some weight, it might just not be, like, then you can avoid it. So, but then I was talking about the last I was into a consultation, and he said, well, yeah, I know about this. You can get this medication for losing weight, but it's not good. It's bad for you, and you can't take it as a temporary thing. So if you do it to keep your weight down, you will have to do it for the rest of your life. I was like, okay, and it's kind of expensive. Okay. So I said, okay, but what about the diabetes 2 you talked about last time? Where are we with that? And he said, yeah, we're gonna take some new blood tests and see where you are now. And if you have a diabetes 2, you will have to we can help you buy some medication. And if that medication are not helping, then we can actually, a bit funny, we can give you the same medication as the one you will get as a um, for losing weight. It's not. It's called something else, but it is actually the same. The content is the same. Okay. Then I said to him, you have to explain to me about the type 2 diabetes, because what I believe is it's only something you get when you're too fat. And everyone is talking about that if you lose weight, you can get out of it. And what he said was that, well, it's half a truth, or it's a part of the truth, because it's more likely that you are genetic prone to diabetes 2, and you will get it whether you like it or not. Of course, if you on top of that are overweight, it will kind of, there will be other issues on top of the diabetes too. I was like, okay. So I said to him, I would really love to know if I have a diabetes 2 or not, because I don't know my genetics, so I actually don't know what I could be prone to or not. Um, So, and then of course get treated for it, because uh, that would be really nice. But I said, you have to explain me what is the difference between the type 1 and type 2. And he says, well, with the type 1, it's like if you see the way your body is obtaining nutrition from your food, it's like a um, a key and a keyhole, and those two things need to fit together. So for your body to obtain whatever it gets. And one of the things it needs is carbohydrate. It needs something energy. So if you have a type 1, you don't have a key, you don't have insulin, and that's why you need to take that as a medication so you can obtain whatever you need. Okay, he said, when you have a type 2 diabetes, it's almost like you have too many keys. So, but, and that the keyhole is broken, so the key won't activate correctly. So what the medication will help you to is to actually get the key and the keyhole to fit, and will lower the amount of keys. And I'm like, oh. So, and I said to him, because I only know type 2 diabetes, like it's a fat thing or an old thing. And he says, yeah, but that's not the complete truth. I was like, okay, thank you for telling me. So so that's where I am going in the month of March. I am going to get my blood drawn, and hopefully, and then I have an appointment, and hopefully it will tell me how I am doing, and hopefully it's telling me I'm doing okay. Um, the whole lose weight thing, and I said to I have a really good doctor, and I said to him, the whole weight thing is because I know I'm very aware of my body is used, and I will probably at one point need a new hip, maybe two. I probably may need a new shoulder because I have torn ligaments, and maybe a new knee. You never know. We just say I'm not going to have. I really don't want to sit and fight for my right to my operation whenever that time comes, with a doctor telling me I'm overweight. I really don't want to. And he says, I know where you're coming from. I don't know where you're coming. He says, I get it. I get it. And I get that you're really tired of doctors. Mm-hmm. Um, so let's take this head on and figure out where you are at the moment and how we need to resolve this. What he said is also big, and that is also why he was a bit reluctant to put me on this lose weight medication, is also that he says there's a lot of side effects, and that the studies that has been made is made on a base that people are exercising, and you can't exercise more than you do. And I said, yeah, and some days I can't even do that. So, and he says, yeah, so there's actually no guarantee that you will lose weight on this medication because you don't exercise. I'm like, yeah. So that's the thing. So, in a way, I might just have to, prepare myself mentally that I might have to take that battle about my weight anyway, because I can't get help to lose weight. And it's not like I need to lose 100 pounds or 200 pounds. I maybe need to lose 40 pounds or 50 pounds or something. No, let's see, 15 pounds. That's 15 pounds at the most. So, it's not like it's a humongous amount I need to lose. And I said to him, there's one thing in it is that even when I was at my most fitted state in my life, where I was like training 2 to 3 hours almost every day, I was I had the lowest percentage of fat I could almost have. I think I have a 2.5. And the doctor still told me that I was overweight because my BMI was too high. I'm like, I weighed around, I think I weighed 72 or something. And my perfect weight lies around 60 kilo. That means around 120 pounds. Um, and I was like, I'm never gonna get down there. I mean, never. So I weighed around 140 pounds or something when I was the most fittest. So I can't get. I mean, I'm never gonna get down on the ideal weight, because if I do that, I'm really sick. My bone structure itself is just a complete history of itself. I have muscular from my toning is from a very powerful gymnastic sport. I can't just, um, it's not just gonna disappear. I mean, and this is a bit funny because no matter how passive I am, the moment I do a bit extra, like the times I've been on a rehab process and I've been training, I immediately convert anything to muscle. So I have my body is very very willing to make muscle out of or out of fat, I would say, out of whatever there is to make muscle out of. So my toning is very quick compared to the amount of hours I usually put in it. Um, and I'm like, I think it was yesterday. I was like, I had some pain in my thighs, so I did like. Sometimes it helps me a bit when I have those pains to do a where I kind of tense up and relax, tense up and relax. So I kind of massage any kind of, um, like it's like, excuse me, um, if it's been like passive mode, and your muscles you kind of sleeps, and you need to wake it up and it hurts like hell. um so my muscle in my thighs can sometimes have that. It's not like it's the same, but the mechanics are the same. So if I do this tense up and relax just while lying down, because the rest of my body's like, no, you're not gonna do any kind of exercise, you gotta be kidding me. So if I do that, I can still kind of simulate that. And when I feel on my leg, even though I don't have toned legs, by all means I don't, uh, I can still feel the muscles besides underneath. So it's not like I'm so fat I can't feel the muscles in my legs, for instance. So yeah, I think sometimes the health system can be very one-sided and be very like, they for instance, if you take my BMI, I am fat. I think most of the people that sees me will say that I'm not fat. I might be overweight. I might be in thick thighs, safe lives condition. I could absolutely lose some weight, and I no doubt about that. Absolutely, but I think that's one of the reasons why I get a bit frustrated about it, is also that I get a bit like stressed out. Like I'm like in a mode where I have to lose weight now thing. Um, but and what if I can't? That's my next question. What if I can't? Then I have to fight the doctors or what? And I think I've come to the conclusion that yeah, I I think I'm in that it's where I am. I can't. I have no way of. Um, I'm on one point I'm not fat enough, and on the other point I'm not skinny enough. So it's a lose lose for me. No matter what, I am just not. I am beyond help apparently. Oh yeah, yeah. And we have not been. It's not. We have. I won't say we have been through the same with my hubby and his heart, but it felt like that at one point because the doctors were very bad at giving us good answers. I can see you writing to me now. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's why it takes so long in between. But yeah, I can see you writing now, Ola. But are you sure you still want the angel cards, Ola, if you're having trouble with your net today? Your connection? Oh, okay. It's only when you are trying to write to me in the chat you have troubles. Okay, no problem. I'm just gonna hang on. There you go. Gonna add. I am not complete. Oh, I'm not completely sure about this Discord. I think there might be an easier way to do it, but for now, I'm doing like this because it's just that I have made all the channels on my Discord, like I have a lot. I don't have that much, um, but the channels I made on my Discord are made private. So the only way you can get access to it is for me to give you that access. So there should be a link on my there should be a link on my Twitch profile for my Discord. And other than that, I can always invite you. Hang on, I'm just gonna see. Where is my... But that's not running. It's already running? But it isn't. Unless it's here. No. Hold on. There you go. Found it. Hang on. I'm just gonna do a. Come on. Yeah. There you go. I just reset my Zoom. For now, that's the easy way. So if you're watching this on a VOD or you are lurking around, this is angel time, angel card time, and what I do is here, whenever I remember or my mods remind me, I am drawing cards, angel cards. Thursday I am drawing these big ones. On Friday I have some small ones, and Sunday Ulla, you need to remind me on Sunday that I can do in with it if you are here within the first hour, that let's draw one of the Danish ones. So these one are all in English, and I have the small angel cards. Thanks, Ulla. I know I can count on you. I might remember myself. These are in English, and I bought this for the stream actually. What I do is these are used. It's not tarot card. It's more like it's an oracle card. So it has a piece of text with it, and how I do it, you can use them as tarot cards. So you can use them in a 3 set card. Like this is a how you can do a set for tarots, or with tarot cards where there's the past, present, and future. And then you can look at what the cards are telling you. But I'm not doing it like that. I like to do, what I tell people is that they give me a number, like Ulla is giving me 13, while I do the counting, because I'm putting the cards down on the table while I count. She will be thinking on whatever she wants from the cards. If she wants anything. Sometimes it can be good just to see whatever the cards feel like they want to tell you. Or show you. So, let's do the counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So this is presents. Let's see. And it's a number 6. See if this is presence. Life is about this moment, the present. You connect to your higher self or align with divine consciousness when you choose to be in the current moment. Relinquish yourself to presence is powerful. Being present will help you recognize your true identity and release unnecessary anguish. You can remove the energy from past influences and the longing for future situations by remaining in the present moment. Your mind continually creates a narrative concerning people and situations. Your emotions, thoughts, and observations determine how you perceive the present. The mind resists happiness in an unconscious delusion that perpetuates negativity. If for efforts to shift back to a quiet mind are negated or lost through the unhappiness loop that has been created. Unhappiness re energizes the reactions and mental patterns that keep undesirable conditions in place. Presence allows for the intelligence of the universe to intervene on your behalf. You can achieve this connection through, through enthusiasm, surrender, and positivity. Life may offer restrictive, adverse situations that do not bring joy and which deplete your energy. In these moments, you may unconsciously surrender to what is happening. Yielding to circumstances may seem simple, yet it can be profound. Releasing the outcome and letting go of how people could react frees you from limiting thinking and allows superior wisdom to be in control. Find the blessings afforded to you at this point in time. Look around and find the gift of this moment without focusing on where you are heading. Even when the energy or environment around you is chaotic or stormy, challenge yourself to remain attentive to the here and now. Stay present and find the blessings. A young girl holds a candle in front of her. Her hand carefully protects the flame. Around her head, the candle smoke creates a swirl of energy, flowers, fairies, nature, and butterfly. The whirl of activity around the girl's head may represent how you can get caught up in your thinking. The way the girl holds a candle is a reminder that presence is always found within. Release your worries and return to a state of calm and presence. Affirmation: I appreciate the gift of presence. So, Ulla, that was a really beautiful card. Um, I will. I have to. I need to remember to tell you that if you're not, if this is your first time on my stream, this is card that a artist called Josephine Wall has colored or put colored in. She has also had some diamond paintings made, and I have done quite a few of hers. She is known for her pictures are always filled with colors. You need to remember, yeah, you need to think about it. Yeah, yeah. I think if I should try and summarize what the card says, is that if you're not if you're not paying attention, if you're not yeah, if you're not paying attention, you easily can fall back to habits where you tend to overthink things, and overthinking can lead to anxiety and whatever that can cause of bad habits, and that would get you in a bad loop. Um, and with anxiety can be bad thoughts, negative thoughts, bad self thinking. Um, but if you stay in the present, in the here and now, um, you won't have to worry because you're only handling what's happening here and now. And it also says that of course bad things happens. That's life. That life is not always good and happiness, but also bad sometimes. Sometimes bad things happen to good people, and when it does happen to you, um, stay in what is and not what might be and what not has been. So what is right now, and feel it, and try and work with it and not against it, and remember that your power comes from within. I think that's and that being in the present, being here and now, is more powerful and gives you more power to whatever you want, instead of when you overthink things, then you give powers away from you. I think that's what you can say about the card. So, beautiful cards. If I should just turn them around, they are, I think they're 54 or something. But I haven't drawn all of them. I think, and some of them I did only a couple of times, but they're really, really beautiful cards. You can say that some of them can be a bit difficult if you're not good at English. So if you're watching this on a board, on a replay, and you're like, I would really love to have a card drawn, but I would really love to be in Danish, you can come around on my Twitch stream on Sundays, 3 p.m. That's 1500 hours, and or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and between 3 and 4 on Sundays, I will be able to draw a Danish angel card that can tell you something. I will do the same by counting on it. It will just be in Danish, and the cards there will be actual angel cards. There will be angels on it. You're right. You don't have. In that, you're right. I shouldn't put too much value in thinking. You're right that I shouldn't. I shouldn't think too much about the past week. I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure what you're trying to tell me, Ulla. But you're starting your sentence with "you're right," so I'm going with that. I'm going with that. Okay, what I'm gonna do now, or work with now, is my scratch board. And sometimes I'm using that way, yeah. So it's just in your head. So the whole translation and all that, yeah. But I think that's wise. Sometimes if you're not getting it just right away, Ulla, the best thing is actually just to ask me to do a recap on it, like I did now, because I can maybe I put some more simple words on it or some different words, so it will be easier for you to get what the card said. Because you will be using a lot of energy in translating what you're hearing when I read from the book, and I probably can't read slow enough for you, so you can in the same pace as you actually need it. So I think in a way, for you to get the most out of it, could be that just to ask me to do a recap, or about it. I didn't get it, or whatever you could say to me, and then I would just do as I did now. Just do like take the headlines from what I read. So I think today I'm just gonna work on the table, and I'm just gonna check. I want to work on this one. It's not like I miss a lot. Yeah, you have to write that behind your ear. Take a note. Take a mental note, and together with all the other things you need to remember. Yeah, and if I remember it, I will try and remember and ask you if you need me to do that. So the scratch board is a thing where I have these are the size A3. I have this one. I have one more, I think. And then I have some smaller ones I think in an A5 or A4. But this is an A3. And I did another one with paper lanterns, and yeah, I can show you when I'm done. But the thing about these scratch boards are that I use different tools to remove the layer that are defined here by gray. So I'm gonna move the gray layer, and as I remove the gray layer, the colored layer will appear, and that's what makes it a trick, so to speak, in the final piece. Yeah. So I need a glove. I'm not needing. I use a glove, and this is kind of the same glove that a lot of people are using when they are drawing. And the reason why I do it is one, because the black part of this is very sensitive uh, to grease, smudge. So, and you always have a bit of grease or smudge on your hands. Thank you. Shit, it's beautiful. And that's something I learned the hard way. So I use this just because I'm a left-handed too. So, and I will be moving my hand all over the board. Yeah. And then I'm using different tools. I'm using this one as one of them, and it has a very metal point thing. And I'm using different wooden tools, and they tend to be a bit better when working with these, because the thing that are printed in gray is a bit different in some of the others, and can be a bit hard to remove with this one. So we can't go down in tools. We need more tools. I use this kabuki brush. It is one I have bought special for this, to remove the residue. When I'm done, I will have residue all over the table, but that's just how it is. I can't do without. It's been a while, to be honest, and I just need to get into the groove again. Where to go? I think actually I did go up on here. I thought so. I really thought so. So it is a bit rough balance when there's these small parts you need to remove, because it's so easy to remove too much. That you don't want to. You want to remove just enough, but then prefer on the side of too little. And then there will just be that tiny bit of gray. Very often I will be removing something in the beginning, and then I will, remove the rest afterwards, like in a second movement, just because then I can just take that tiny bit I think I need. The reason why it is a bit of a rough balance is because if you remove too much, you will just get a big, layer of color, but you won't get these, like, so you can see like it's a broken glass effect or mosaic or something. You won't get that if it's all one color, all this color. So you still want some of the black to be there, but not too much. Ja, det kan vara det. Ulla wants me to zoom in so you can see what I'm doing, and that is a bit of a balance because it's between the choice of you being poked in the face or you seeing or me not seeing. Me not seeing is a bad thing. That we don't want to. Let's see. I'm gonna lift it a bit. Like that. And then I'm gonna zoom in. I'm gonna zoom in. There you go. I think that should be it. Let's see. Yeah. I need the light on the other side. So the balance here is to have a very, very light touch. Um, and still hard enough to get something off. If you press too hard, this tool will poke a hole. I know it because I tried it. Just saying. It's because I've considered to try. So Una liked it better, so she could see what I'm doing, so she could get an idea of what it is all about. I bought mine on Amazon, so I would absolutely recommend buying them there. It seems like an okay quality in the scratch board. Um, but I've seen them in our local bookshop too. So you can get them. You can get some there too. You can't. I haven't seen these, but I have seen someone like these, just not as big, but A4 and A5, I think. My personal opinion about the different, because there are different versions of the scratch board. I like these with the colors better. You can get them in. Yes, I have seen them in silver, and I have them in gold. I think I saw them in bronze too at one point. Um, but I do, to be honest, I think those in the metal, that has this metal underneath, the gold and the silver, they're beautiful, absolutely beautiful. But I think actually they're too shiny to my liking. But I think also that's a personal preference. Um, to some of the pictures, there will be a tool like this. If not, it doesn't have to cost you a fortune to get something that works. You know? I don't know how my alternative tool would work just with these tiny bits. Um, but I think it could be doable. It could be workable. I think one of the things you need to come to peace with or to terms with this is that you can't do it 100%. You can't remove 100% because this is just a print. So it's not per se drawn to this. It's not like someone sat down and draw on this one with gray and then did like a scratch, so and then I could remove afterward. This is a machine that's printed, so there will be like dots or lines or half a dot or half a line. That's where you kind of have to think yourself whether to do it or not. And I will, as a good rule is, for the most part, it will be like almost you can see whether you should do it or not. Let's see. Okay. So as an alternative, I think I'm gonna do this one up here. I have these wooden ones, but first I'm gonna show these ones. These ones are just, these are wood sticks to clean nails, and they have a perfect pointy thing here that is really as good, almost as good. It worn down really quick and will get us like this, for instance, so you can see clearly difference between the two of them. But these are very cheap or inexpensive, so you can almost buy, I think I buy them in package of 10 or something, or 5, 6, 7, 10, 10 I think. So it's more like you can use them and throw them out if when they worn down too much. And they can actually sometimes be a bit easier to use because it's easier for you to, it's not as harsh on the board, on the and on the background, on the color, as the metal can be. So as you can see, they remove it quite nice, and can actually work in a fairly good thin line. So it might not be, you can actually maybe do these up here, but these are very, very tiny ones, so I would prefer doing that with the metal ones. To some of my scratch boards, there has been like this one too. This is a pen. It's a bit thicker than the nail cleaners, but it's the same principle. It's the same thing, just a tad bigger or thicker in it. And the wood is actually a bit easier to use to remove it, I would say. It can just be a bit hard to do the really precise work with it because it easily takes too much. So, but not too bad. And again, like diamond painting, these kind of pictures are made to look at from a distance. It's not something you should look right, like up close and personal, because then you will of course be able to see all the different flaws or mishaps you have had. But from a distance, you won't. They will make perfectly sense, all of them. Okay. Oh yeah, and then I could just show you. Just gonna show you one of the golden ones, so you might be able to see what I mean, that they are very much, like it's almost too much. So they're still beautiful. Hang on. I'm just gonna adjust the zoom. Like that. Um, but they're almost too much, you know. So it's not like it's not beautiful. It's not like it's not gorgeous or anything. But when I look at it, um, it's almost like it's there's too much gold thing going on. So that's why I prefer the other ones more. I have I've made this and I've made London Bridge, which is they're beautiful. It's not like they're not, because they are. And I started on this one, which I think is Rome. And then I have Paris too, like the Eiffel Tower. Whether I do them, it's probably just gonna be one of those projects, you know, that's just gonna hang out around until I have nothing else to do. These were actually something I had on stock or stash that before I start streaming or anything. I had these and they were just laying around. So, and then I was like, nah. I think I'm gonna find something else, and I did. This is the other one I did with the colored background, and I think that's just gorgeous, 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 gorgeous. So Taj Mahal is going to, it's the same thing, so to speak. So the idea is the same thing. I think this is beautiful, and that's why when I was going, I bought some other ones that was smaller. I think it's a good thing I am having winter holiday next week. My room in here need a deep clean. So I bought these last year and I started working on them also on stream, just because they're smaller and they might be a bit easier or quicker to get done by, you know. So I finished one of the cities. This one, beautiful and durable, and I think if you want to try it out, buy one of these sizes, you know, because it's not a big of a deal. Like, and then I have another. I think there's 4, and they are. The size is a 4. And we did finish one of the girls. The other one is, it's 4 girls and they're beautiful. And I was inclined to do one of those because they're so gorgeous. This one was the one we finished. Isn't she beautiful? I mean, and I was really, before I started doing the whole butterfly and hair and dress, and I was really reluctant to do the skin because without it was still beautiful. So I was like, Oh, but doing the skin was a must. So I started on one of the other ones. Where is it? Of course, it is the last one. Where? Oh, it's this one with the hummingbird. So we started on this one, just doing one bird, but just that one bird is beautiful. So that's also one we're gonna work on more. So there are 4 ladies and 4 cities. You're just falling in love with my pictures, yeah. And I'm not quite sure what the price was, but I don't think them. I don't recall it as being really expensive. I think it was quite reasonable, but it is. It's from a way some time back, so it might have changed a bit with the inflation and everything. But yeah. So. But you can see as soon as you get the thing, the picture at a distance, you're not seeing the whole what small mishaps you've had or whatnot. All of the pictures, the big ones, the other big ones on this, and the 2 golden ones that are flaws and things that shouldn't have been scratched on all of them, but you're not seeing them because you're seeing the whole picture. So in that's what I mean when I say it's like it's kind of the same thing as as with the diamond paint. It's a bit off. So I was a bit inclined to actually kit up my next picture for the light pad in here, but I was also like, nah, because I really want to finish the other one first. Um, but I am for sure. I think for next week I need to, take one day to do the video shooting, and one day do diamond painting, and one day, because if I'm like, I am a bit afraid that I'm just gonna do diamond painting or other crafty things instead of doing the video things, just because I think that's funnier doing the crafting things, and that's not. We can't always do what's the most fun, right? Sometimes we just need to do what we need to do, and then we do all the fun things afterwards. But I am actually inside of me having a little bit of debate whether I should do diamond painting after stream today. Just because I am like on a crossroad on my frosty friends where I really want to like, I have like a thing when I finish a row, and I whenever then I like preparing, then I do like a shift, do this, so I will have 2 rows of cover paper, and it does something to me mental wise. Like when I do that, I'm always a bit ahead of where I really am, because I'm working on one row, and the row 2 is like where I have my tray and rest my hand and all that, and it's kind of protect me from getting overwhelmed with what is just underneath, like in the next row. I have tried just to work with one row, and what happens is I get so, tempted of what is coming next that I kind of jump around. And I really need to minimize that jumping around, because what it only creates is that it takes twice the amount of hours for me or time for me to do a picture, and I get a bit frustrated about it. If it was okay for me, like, well, what the hell, then it would just be how I work with the diamond painting. But I get so frustrated that things take longer time just because I can't seem to keep myself, in line. So I think tomorrow is going to be, I'm for sure going to finish that row I'm working on and going to the next row. And I really want to work on halfway that row, because the next row, then there will only be 1 row more. So when I finish the row I'm working on now, I will have 2 rows and 2 lines, I think it is, left. So I will actually have 2 rows left, because I'm gonna do the last row in as one. I think it's 2 or 3 lines that's kind of left there. So it's really, really close. Because if I could like finish that one, I could kit that down. Maybe not tomorrow. Tomorrow is not. But I could kit it down maybe in the weekend, maybe Sunday, and start the new one, my snow dragon, and kit up for the next small one on my A2 in here. That would be so nice. So, Ulla, what is your title on the work you do? Are you a caretaker of the dogs or a dog walker or what? What is it? I'm just curious. I was just thinking, and maybe thinking out loud. Cleaning, cleaning, feeding, dog walking, washing blankets, washing, uh, cleaning office, talking with dogs and play with them. Take greeting customers. Okay, so a little bit of everything. You're doing all the things, and actually, could I would imagine the same thing as the owner does. But what an amazing thing that she can actually get help, because there's probably not work without knowing the business. But I would imagine there wouldn't be enough work for a full time. Um, as I imagine, it's like a small business, so there wouldn't be, for a full time job. But for you, that's more enough for your hours. So she get help because she probably needs it, and you get a job. So that is an amazing thing, I think. And that is the thing about it, is that we with our is not just that we can offer whatever we can, our competition, our our abilities, but also we can offer like within the hours that probably people need. But is you start 8 o'clock in the morning till 10:15 a.m., and in the afternoon you will start 3 p.m. till 5 a.m. Okay. No, that can't be right. Well, so you work from, oh, 17, from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Yeah, yeah, that's right. 2 hours. And oh, she has only, yeah, she has only young people. Yeah. Well, yeah, because one thing is you can help, but it's also a matter of money. At the end of the day, it's also a matter of money. Because where I am, we have in the administration, we have a little bit of both, I would say. Um, but I was the first one working there with these special contracts, and my boss said, well, being the company we are, we can't really not have 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 employees like you, because we are a kind of a social or a company helping people that is struggling social wise. So it we should do something. I said, yeah, you should. So I think for with a lot of what we call support, um, things like secretary or finance assistant or something like that, it will be people like me or like you, because it is like we don't we probably won't have enough to like keep them um, keep them happy on a full-time job, but we will have enough for a part-time. And if that's the case, why not do you help people that are struggling a bit as it is and make them happy? I was talking with my handler, you could call it, case handler, when I was employed where I am now. And she said one of the things the official part of Denmark is struggling with when it comes to our kind is that a lot of companies think that it's very problematic to have people like us employed, and it takes a lot of extra work and you know. But the thing is, actually, it is kind of easier because, for instance, if I'm sick, the company can seek a uh, payback, yeah, a can apply for the state to refund my sick leave money. So, for instance, when I was sick here with the flu, so usually they will have to wait, I think, for 21 days, and then they can apply on the 22nd day or something. It's been a while since I have that law, those laws between my hands, but I think something like that. Anyway, it's something they can't apply for it immediately, but they can do it with me. Your little superstar is actually probably sleeping somewhere in the couch. I would imagine he would come and get me within an hour or so. He is living the life. He had a rough day yesterday, or he has half couple of rough days because his dad was out on call Monday. So that meant that he was home yesterday, Tuesday, and that was absolutely just out of number. So he was a bit tired. And then I was out all from morning until lunchtime. So that he was not happy about yesterday. So this evening when I sat in, and then I've just been, working, and I've been working a bit extra today, I think. I've been reading and not really being there for him for what he think I should. So today, this afternoon, when I sat down to do a bit of PlayStation, before I could grab the controller, he was like all over me. Now it's my turn. And he kind of sat on me and looked at me, stared me down actually, like, so cuddle me. And then he just threw his on his back and like all legs in the air. Belly rubs, please. I'm like, okay, belly rubs. So he got a lot of belly rubs this afternoon, and we were talking, and he was, oh, now you see me. I'm like, yeah, I've seen you all day, huh, dog. And then after a while, he was like, okay, she's half here because I just started playing with with one hand, and he was just he got up really abruptly. We went down on the end of our my couch or my bed where I'm sitting. He lay down with a deep sigh and just side-eyed me like, but he could just have stayed. I mean, I could easily do both, but no, 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 no. So I think tomorrow, the thing is that usually when I'm having my day off, if I don't have any other appointments, I will be, I will very often be just taking something like cereals in the morning and put in a bowl, sit on the couch, have a snack, relax, and then he will be, next to me and lying on me and cuddly and all that, and we will have a lot of cuddles the day off. So when we reach the afternoon, he will be like, oh, no more cuddles. Now leave me, sleep. So, unless I'm in a cleaning, washing clothes mood or diamond painting mood, and he will be a bit upset with me. But that's just how life is upsetting sometimes, But other than that, he is good. We are going to the vet here in March, month of March, and he's getting his shots and his overall health check. Um, as he is turning 7 this year. So as my vet said last year, that a lot of things can happen in a year. So we like to see them every year, whether we give them a shot or not. So, so last year he just got a health check because the vaccines he got would last till March of this year, and I'm like, I don't want him to get too much, medicine in the body. I don't want to I don't want him to get a vaccination if you don't need it. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, when we are away, we sometimes forget that our dogs are missing us at home. And I do anyway. And when I come home, I'm like, I'm tired. I just want to relax. And my dog is all over me. I'm like, could you just leave me just for a second? So, yeah, I know the feeling. Usually, I will be giving him, he always gets a carrot when I come home. That's kind of just how the rules, house rules is. Every time someone is coming home, uh, he will get a carrot. So he will automatically run for the fridge. And if anyone has been out grocery shopping, it will automatically means more than one carrot. I don't know. So I think it was because I thought he could count like my old dog could, because he would get two carrots and then he would be all done. He knew that that was it. My new dog, he can't count. He will just stay and wait until until I very assertive says no more. If I'm like no more, then he will just stand and wait because he know I might be giving in. Um, so and then so we'll get his carrot, and then sometimes if I'm really tired and I just need to rest, I will be giving him a something to bite in, a super snack or something he can lick and munch on, and then I will be relaxing for half an hour or so, an hour if I'm lucky, and then we will go out for a walk, and then he will relax a couple of hours. And he is like a watch, so um when we reach around 2, he will, if I'm not up, he will wake me, and he will often wake me with, if I have forgotten to close the door to the bathroom, he will more than likely be carrying my socks because I don't have socks on when I'm home. I'm not good with socks, so that's something I have on temporary because it's cold outside. But other than that, they are just laying out on my bathroom. So if I'm not closing the bathroom door in around lunchtime, he will be picking up my socks and coming to me with them. Like, yeah, it's time to get out of that bed there thing. And usually it's just that. He just needs me to get up and he will be happy and all the tail will be wagging and he will be talking, and as soon as I get up and he gets a snack, and then he's like, yeah, I'm going to bed again. All work done. Okay. So what happened is I usually will go and sit down and do some diamond painting, and then he will be, when it's about 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. That is the usual time his dad is coming home. So he will be over with me with my table, and he will be nudging at my elbow or my hand, and so I will let him out, and he will go out and he will go for a pee and he will run in, and then I'll be like, yeah, now go and lay it down. So he will lie on the couch waiting. He has a spot where he actually can lie down and watch the window, where he will see that he can see whenever his dad's coming home. He will go past the window. So he will lay down and wait there until his dad is home. If it takes too long and I'm not offering him for go for a walk, he will, for every time a mouse is like sounding like it's parking its mouse car in the driveway, he will run out to the door. That was that. No. and I will often be in, text contact with the dad. So he will be like, I'm 15 minutes from home, or I'm delayed. So I will know whether it's him or not. And sometimes he will give in. He will be like, I'm too tired to stay alert all the time. So he will lay down and fall asleep. And the moment he falls asleep, his dad's coming home. Yeah, that's Murphy's Law. So when Ulla's is meeting early, her husband is still sleeping, so she will be feeding the dogs before she goes to work. He will eat and then he will have to go out. Oh, the dog will eat and will have to go out, and then he'll go in and sleep again. Yeah. I mean, dogs are very, very much creature of habits, right? So, I think whenever, and they can actually change routines. It can take a while. I had this talk with my riding instructor when her dad died, because her dad was the one that usually went on a walk with the dog she had at that time, um, during between 10 and 12, I think he went. And then they would go out. In when they came home, they would have, a treat and relax and cuddle and all that, and then like just do their things. And so when the dad died, she was like, he is kind of waiting for something to happen. And I know, yeah, and he will probably for a couple of days, but that will pass. And then you will do some other things with him, and that would be your new routine. So that takes a bit of, getting used to, but he will get it. So he did. He did for a while. He was waiting, but then he kind of nothing happened. So yeah, so they got some new routines, and it all got out. I had it one time. I was working in the airport, Copenhagen Airport, and I was working different hours. Sometimes morning, sometimes afternoon, sometimes late evening. I didn't have night work per se. I had a couple of night shifts, but that was just to earn some extra money and help a colleague. So, but these the schedule thing I had, we're running in a already, matrix thing. So it was very predictable. I had 10 hours shifts. So, but my dog. Hey Gina, this is a scratch board. So what it is that it's a board where they have put a layer of color, they put a layer of black, and then a print on top of it with a layer of gray. Hey Stila, thanks for stopping by. You got here in time. I'm so happy. Thanks for stopping by, both of you. I think Dean has been lurking around. But yeah, so the gray, the thing is, you remove the gray, and then the colored layer will appear beneath it. So that is nice getting off early. We like that. We like that. Um, and then I use this pen, or I use one of my wooden sticks to remove the gray. And it's like, with this, it's like diamond painting. It is something you need to see from a distance, because if you see it up close and personal, you will see a lot of flaws. You will see things that I haven't been able to scratch real for real, because if I would scratch it, I would be removing too much. This is definitely a kind of things that when you need, with the small things, you need to minimize that, because it is really hard to do small things. Um, we started on, I was, yeah, last year I bought these smaller ones just in hope that I would, because this take a lot of time to do, so I would hope that I, in smaller one, in an A4, I could do a bit more, here on stream. So we did this last year. This was still actually part of doing a lot of I know you did. I know you did, Gina. So we did this, we finished, and we started on this with the hummingbird. So I was actually considering doing that, but I thought it was so long ago we did that, and then we did finish one of the other ones. I have bought one a set where there's four cities in. So we did this one. I don't think I started on any of the other ones. I can't really remember. No. She turned out really pretty. I was a bit scared with the girl we finished, because I thought that the gray actually looked kind of nice. So just kind of, and I was a bit afraid. What if it's a yellow thing when I scratch it, and the skin would be yellow? But of course, they have taken that in mind. I hope that was like that. But yeah, I did actually. I was a bit afraid that she would like, because the gray color is also very nice. So it didn't stand that much like for itself. So, but she turned out really beautiful. She did. So I am for sure going to do some more on the hummingbird thing. Yeah, so it's called Scratch Cards, and I buy them on Amazon. And there are different kinds. I am mostly into these where they are colored underneath. You can get them with gold colors and silver colored, and I think I saw them in bronze. I think, oh yeah, bronze. But I would say with the metal, it's like it's too much. It's too glittery. It's just too much. I like the ones that are in these color range much more, and I like working on them much more. I remember being scared with you. Trust the process, right? Yeah. I completed the bottom of the lower tree now. I'm starting on the top. Ooh, nice, Gina. So, Stila, I have been really in doubt what to do on stream today. Because I was really, to be honest, I was mostly into just, hang out, chat a lot, drink coffee, have a snack, and then call it a day. Um, I was trying, to do like a feeler, and what do I feel like doing today? What do I really want to get going today? And I was like, I really don't feel like doing anything. So I was like, I need to do something. Um, so do I want to put the setup for diamond painting? Um, because I'm really in a good flow with the forest friends. So do I want to, move it all around from the living room and in here? Do I want to, do the whole setup things? And I was like, nah, I really don't feel like doing that. Okay, so that's not a thing. Should I kit up for the next smaller project to the light pad in here? I could do that, but I was still like, nah, because then I'm like, do I really? Then I get maybe a bit stressed over that I haven't, finished the one I'm working at. I'm like, that's not that either. I was really like, to be honest, really on my wits what to do. Then I was like, oh, I could crochet because I'm really I'm really trying out some things, but I really didn't feel like crocheting. I didn't feel like knitting, so it ended up doing cross stitch because I was like, okay, I could do cross stitch. It's an easier setup. It's an easier to remove, and I really want to get going on my cross stitch. Um, Even though it might not be too much I get to do, but I do get to do at least a little thing. It's more because if I when I feel like when I do diamond painting, people can actually see that I've done something. It's not always so obvious when you do cross stitch. At least not when you're doing on a stamp cross stitch, because the color on the floors and the color on the print cloth can actually sometimes mix in together, so you can't really see what's what until you do a step back and see the whole thing. And then I was like, I'm done, and then I'm gonna do scratch as my second. And just because it's so long ago, I haven't been doing scratch for the longest time. So, but I think, depending on how far I get on my diamond painting tomorrow, um, I might be doing that tomorrow, maybe. It's a bit funny because I have a winter holiday now. I am officially on my holiday. Um, and the funny thing about it is, I really don't feel like I need a holiday. I need time away from my job until I'm actually doing it. And I think it's partly because I really love my job. But I also think it's actually important that I do take the time off, or there's a reason why we have a whole law about this holiday thing. And also, when you are working from home, I think you work a bit more. You don't have so many things interrupting you, or so you are a bit more effective. I have lesser breaks when I'm working from home. So, and I have been working a lot lately. So I do think that I need my holiday. But as I said to my colleagues when I was around the office yesterday, I said to them, well, listen, even though I'm going on holiday, it's not like I'm not gonna sit on a pool in Bahamas. I am going to do some other things. I'm actually not gonna slack around. So much for holiday, but I'm not gonna think work at least. I get that sometimes I want to do nothing and make no decisions. Yeah, I think there was something with that today. Definitely sometimes the setting up to craft is like, no, I don't feel like it. But it's one of the, I won't say downsides, but bad things about the whole streaming wise. But it is something, that's very different from my usually thing, is that I have to do the whole manual setup things um, for uh, for the stream wise. Um, So instead of, just sit to the table like I do in my living room, I have to put things aside, I have to clean out the table, do things, put things up, all that. So I think it is a bit more, I need to plan a bit more when doing it in here than doing it in my living room. So, and then I actually have some, it's not news per se because they're not gonna happen very soon, but it is something we're gonna work towards, and it will have some impact on my streaming and all that. Jeg glæder mig også til at komme på ferie, og nu får jeg også bare. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, you will be able to have holiday. Actually, you can have holiday from the first day, but you will just have to pay, you know. But I think it's after 3 months you will be able to have 2.5 days holiday or something. So you will be able to take days off for Christmas that won't cost you anything, or you will get to get holiday money from, you know. I can't remember if you said if you are going to do this week prompt. Sorry. Um. Gina, I'm not going to do the prompt. No, I'm not. I I I uh I have more than enough on my plate. And I think in a way, just because a lot of these prompts has been like launched when I've been sleeping, even though you can watch it on a board or some or on a video or whatnot, it's still not quite the same. I think a part for me is also doing with doing a long thing that does it for me. So and then I'm like, I have so many things I like to do, too little time to do it. So the whole drawing event and arting, I that'll have to wait. I have the tools for it, so whenever I feel like doodling something, I can, and that's will have to do for now. And to be honest, I do actually think that I have more. I'm more inclined to explore the coloring world than I am to the drawing world. So I wanna. I'm more. I think more like what comes natural for me is more into the coloring thing, and so I need to find hours or 3 hours for that before 3 hours for drawing. I wanted to do, I actually had a plan on coloring last Saturday, but that went completely out in smoke and nothing because my body was like, yeah, you might know, you might not. We're not going to. And then I'm like, I would say I'm getting so wise now. So if my body says, I'm listening. For sure, I'm listening. I started out doing the prompt, but just really not happy with my drawing. It ends up to be more erased than drawn, so I put that to the side for now. Yeah. Stila, I think in a way that where you are right now with the new job and all that, maybe it's not right now. Maybe do more of what you already know and be better at that. and then with what you already have going, and then later on you can pick something new, like drawing. Oh, I saw the new videos that Miss Kofi put up about the crochet from Wobbles, the beginner kit. I was like, they were so cute, but they are not shipping to Denmark. Yeah, I think that's why you kind of feel like it maybe a bit unconscious, it's like it just feels like not the right. You can't really get the right down. And no matter how you from what angle you look at it, but when you are arting or being creative like that, you need to be in the right mindset. You can't just wing it. You can't just pretend. It needs to come from the heart. Hey, heroes and diamonds, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. So I think that's why, I think that's why you feel like doesn't feel right, or it doesn't, it's not really, it doesn't get to what you have in mind, and I think that's partly why. Of course, you can always force things through, but you will never be really happy about the result if you do it in a process with creativity. That's my belief anyway. Yeah, I was really like, oh, I want one, I want that one, I want that one, and then I was like reading, okay, no, not shipping, only shipping to US and Canada so far. That was what I read. I might be wrong, but I read it on online, so it could be an old post, but I might just have taken it for, like I'm so used to that companies doesn't ship outside US with all the things I want. Sometimes I get really surprised if they do. You do? You sure? But I do get it because it is really a lot of money. Oh, by the way, good news. I got shipping notice for those. Ooh, you did. You did. That is nice. Yep, you're living in my head. Yeah, probably. That is going to be so interesting, and cause I'm getting my Munimate trays. Uh, I don't know when, but within they're probably done in two weeks or so. I think they must be really close to be done with the producing them. So, and I mean they have the money. They've got the money for it. So, so I mean, it can't be that long for me to get a shipping notice from either. So I might be doing some unpacking on a stream with trays as a headline. And to be honest, I can't even remember the color or the yeah, the color combination I ordered him. The one from you, Stila, but It just now hit me that it might be the same. But hey, never mind. If it's the same, I don't mind. Did you get your green games forms yet? So, Heroes and Diamonds, what are you up to today? Yep, got it shortly after. I know DAC has had shipping issues, but now they are in my area. I get it like in 3 days. Ooh. It's so strange with the shipping sticker because when I ordered the Color of Life, I think from I ordered it till I actually got it physically in Denmark on my doorstep, I think it took Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 6 days. 6 days. I have never had anything shipped so fast from the States before. So it's really strange and a bit, like funny, not funny, haha, in an evil way, but in a bit, oh, that's peculiar. That you have struggled so much by getting things from DAC. Also, when I hear from whenever Miss Coffee is talking about it, so apparently the local courier, local shipping, uh, postal thing is more delayed than overseas. No, it's not bad at all. Usually, I would say at least 3 weeks you should when things are shipped from the States, depending on the way. I think the big difference is if I'm not wrong, I think it's shipped by DHL, and when they do that, it's by plane. DHL plane, and that because they have their own. Uh, let's see. Yeah. So the notice I get is called DHL Express. I don't pay anything extra, but I think that is the deal, the arrangement that DAC has with DHL. So we actually get it really fast in Denmark. Been sleeping after my 7 night shift, migraine all day, hoping to be able to do the skull later. Oh, that's a bad thing. Migraine is not funny here, some diamonds. I'm sorry. Um, fingers crossed that it will get better. I got mine in 4 days, but I also ordered mine Friday, and the warehouse doesn't work weekend. So when you get the Steeler, when you get yarn from Hobby, Is it by DHL? But I'm glad you stopped by here, Heroes and Diamonds, when you have migraine. I have never suffered from migraine, but I have known a lot that did, and from what they told me, it's no fun. When you get all sensitive to lights and sounds, and you just some of them just was kind of just puking all day, just due to nauseousness as and everything. So, and then this pain. So sometimes we can ignore pain, and sometimes we can't. And pain around our head, like a headache, migraine, and tooth pain, is just pains we really have a hard time dealing with. I think it's because it kind of, usually you would probably work with your mind around the pain you have, whether it's in your toe or, in your back or such. But when it's in your head, it's really hard working your way around it, right? So it must have something to do with that. Oh yeah, if you pick, I can literally get my yarn in 3 days from over the pond. Yeah, if I pick express shipping. Mm-hmm. I've heard of them always sends DHL. I just make sure I have a big order, then the cost balance out the $2 or $3. Oh, that's not bad. Thank you. It will. My last is able to deliver to the room. Oh man. So did they come to you with it and with a delay, or did the ones that got it bring it to you, or what? I remember at one point it was like a daily thing. It's some years ago, but it was kind of a daily thing that we got the wrong mail in our mailbox. It was to a house two, I think it was two numbers down or something. And then one time it happened to be so that they apparently ordered from Wish too, like I did. So I opened the package and I was like, what the hell? I can't remember I ordered this. So I opened it. I was like, I didn't. It was not for me. So I closed it again and I put a note on it like saying, I'm sorry I opened it, but I actually thought it was mine. I haven't taken anything. Enjoy. And put it in the mailbox. Like, yeah, what the hell? I mean, it was in our mailbox with everything else. And I did expect the package from Wish. So, oh, the people it was delivered to texted me 2 months later. All very weird. Oh, very weird indeed. So had they opened the package? And what did DHL say to it? I'm just so many questions now. Because I get so many notification when I'm expecting a package from DHL. Actually, here last time I got one, they texted me or they sent me a notification telling me that I should expect a longer delivery time because due to it had to go through custom, and customs in Denmark had made new procedures that would be causing longer waiting time. So I was like, okay. So I actually thought I got a good custom service from it. In that way, telling me, well, you can expect that it didn't take that much longer. They have uh, they had first they had a expectancy of 5 days, and then it ended up in 6 days. They corrected it before it even landed in Denmark. So, and I mean, I was like, well, whatever. Like they held my parcel hostage. They had opened the outer package only. Okay, that is very weird. So they opened it because maybe because they didn't think of it and was like, we didn't order this. But 2 months, that was a long time. And I mean, DHL, I mean, they couldn't say that they deliver it because, I mean, you haven't got anything. So in my world, it would be their responsibility to see to get the package wherever it was delivered, and get it back, get it to the right address. But yeah, that's probably just me. Seems weird, strange. Like someone wanted to have that package, you know, because they thought it was something else, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. It seems weird anyway. I haven't tried that. I have tried, and that was before all the our local postal service got the whole take a picture of the delivery thing, um, an app and everything. I have had that they have claimed they delivered it, but like they have been knocking on the door, no one was home, and then they put a slip in the postal in my post in my mailbox, and then I'll be like, I've been home all day, literally almost sitting next to the window, so I would have heard if if you had come knocking on my door, and no one did. So you just didn't bother to go out of your damn car and up to my door and deliver it. You just slipped the note in my mailbox. You lazy beep. DHL admitted they had delivered the parcel wrong, but nothing else happened. DAC would replace it if I collected proof from DHL. Never got that far. DHL takes a picture of the parcel by the door. Obviously not my door though. But wow. I mean, they admit that they did a wrong delivery, but they wouldn't do anything to make it right. That seems weird and wrong at the same time, in my opinion. But amazing. I mean, it's not that much. To me, for instance, with our local postal service, it's not so much that they, for instance, that they put a slip in the mailbox and I have to collect it. It's more due to the fact that they actually didn't bother going out of the car and up to the door, even though that was what they were going to do. That was more that bothers me than anything. But I mean, I have tried get packages from the States with UPS, DHL, and US. What is your US postal service? Um, and I would say that the one that has been all through and through been the one that's been most complicated and with the most nerve wracking. Hope they deliver to the right, and whatever. What am I gonna pay for the whole thing at the end? That's actually UPS. They have a very, to me, very complicated system, and like I hope, like I'm crossing my fingers every time. Like I hope they deliver to me, and that if I'm not here, I can get, they can someone else can take it. Um, I think they tried, but the people who had my package never opened the door or responded to any of the message. Oh, that way. That way. Yeah, that can be, yeah, okay. So they actually did make some effort to get your package. It's just annoying. I mean, if you get contacted from if you get a package that's not yours, and then the, for instance, DHL is contacting you, whether it's mail or they come around and and put a note in on your mailbox like contact us because we accidentally delivered wrong, that you don't make an effort. I mean, someone else is missing out on the other end that's paid a lot of money for whatever it is. So I really think it's really not nice to. It's not, it's where I think I often get to that thought that people get too narrow minded and too much into their own business and not be, very helpful to other people. Which I think is sad that we get that's where we got to. That apparently we can't seem to bother. That I do think is sad. So maybe I'm gonna do Frosty Friends tomorrow. Not Frosty Foss. Frost Friends tomorrow. Because I am very close, to finish on that, and I want to work on that as much as I can. Um, if I'm really good and really productive, I might even be able to start on new projects next week. Both on the small and the big ones. So, um, and it is one is from Noaloa and the other one is DAC. So it's not just the one is with round drawers and the other one is with squares. They are different shops too, and so it's all in all it's a good shift. And I think it's in a way in the light end of the scale, as on the on my snow dragon it's a 70 by 90 centimeter picture, but there's only 43 colors. So I think there will be a lot of color blocking. I think there are 54 on the 50 by 70, so there will be a bit more confetti on that one. So I think again I will reach a good mix. Um, and the good thing should be that the small one should actually fit within, so I can do the same on the stream as I do in my living room. Just move it up. I don't have to move it from side to side too. So that's I like it when it's that way. And I have feel a bit of funny with it because it's like, I think in a way because this one with the steampunk prowess was a bit unplanned. It was a bit spontaneous, and it did kind of push my original plans. So it is like I'm first beginning on real. I'm first starting the year now almost. So I'm a month late because my plan was I wanted to start in the first month with the snow dragon. So that has not happened. I'm starting Monday with snow dragon for sure. And then I will see how far I get. When I get to Thursday, I'm think I'm gonna do like this, like I did with steampunk prowess. So I'm not gonna show on the stream the big one because it is on a different light path, but I am for sure gonna document the process, and I might be putting up some shorts video, or I might even do a beginner in Danish an instruction in Danish, I start a diamond painting kit. Um, I can't do the whole kitting up process, but I also think that's kind of, it's not something I want to do a whole video about. So I might be doing. Oh, I can do the startup process. I can just do a different picture. I could just do a different picture. I want to think about that. But next week, I am for sure going to do some videos. And maybe it's a golden opportunity that I actually am about, in the middle of a change around things. Some things has just ended, something are about to end. And I might, if I'm a bit smart, which I usually proud to say I am, it might be a smart move to utilize that I am in that in between at the moment and shoot some videos about these when I'm done, when I am starting a new project. What I do, what I have, what are tools, all that. Um, and just because it is the videos I do, those with the tools and how to videos and stuff like that, they are kind of heavy videos for me to do because um as I said to Binge, because Binge Bear asked me, what kind of software are you using to edit videos? And I was like, actually, I'm not using any. I am using the redo. So if I'm not satisfied, I'm just gonna take it all over again. Uh, and that's how I do videos. If you should be curious about that, I don't have an edit software for videos. Um, I don't have I would say, and I don't even have a computer that I think I can run the editing on without me sitting and cursing off the program because it's taking it 2 years to download whatever and do the editing and hide and save and yeah, it I can easily see how it's gonna be a thing. So so I think that I'm just gonna wait with that part until I get a new computer. Um, I'm probably I will try and get in touch with Binge Bear and see if him and I can have a date next week where we kind of talk and get fixed some of the things with my layout and sound alert. At least talk about whether it's a possibility to get some sound alerts because I can be a bit worried whether they're just gonna get my computer all tired. So it is getting more and more tired, I would say, easily. I had a bit of a hiccup here. I think it was a couple of days ago. I wanted to do some things. I wanted to film and, I save and put up. And before I know it, my computer was completely frozen. It's like, not going to. Nope. So I just had to do a hard reboot and be like, okay, whatever I hoped I could put up, it's not gonna happen. You need to slow down, Bia. So I did, and I did eventually get to put up what I wanted to put up, but it was more like all the things I wanted to do at one point. Because then I get easily bored. I admit it. I get easily bored when I'm sitting at the computer and want to do stuff. So if it's not like downloading immediately or reloading or whatever immediately or getting what I want immediately, I'm just getting bored and then I start something else. I'm maybe surfing, shopping, um, looking for another picture, try to then I find a picture I want to use, maybe to as a prompt or something, and that this is what happened. I was trying to put something up, but first I needed to move it from my from my phone and then to the computer, and then I needed to downsize it um, so I could put it on the YouTube um, as a, you know, the first picture. Um, so in that downsizing process, because it does take a bit of time, I was like, and then I'm okay. I can just, but I just wanted to open a browser, and it took too long. So apparently I got to click too much on too many things at one time, and my computer, I think, just kind of was like, nah, no, no. I think it tried, like, because things just worked slower and slower, and I was like, yeah, come on, one more thing, you can do it. My computer's like, no, I said no, and I meant it. So, and there's no doubt in my mind that the whole streaming now with, for now, I only have Streamlabs open, the streaming part, and I have a browser open so I can just be sure that it looks somewhat normal on the browser history, and just if we need to boot anyone. So and then I have my camera part open, so if I need to zoom in, zoom out, whatnot, correct something or something, I can do that. But that's more than enough for my computer. It is, you know, working overtime. So so me editing anything, nope. That we don't do. We do a lot, but we don't do that. So what did you girls do on Valentine's Day? Anything? No greasy details, but just, did you go out to eat? Did you get some flowers? Did you give your husbands or your partners anything that is like something we can talk on the stream about? Like flowers or something? So I think I'm gonna stop it here. No, I'm so really tired. So, and I can see my lines are getting thinner and thinner, the black ones. So I think it's time. But I got a good piece done. The whole entrance there. The thing is, it's like with my cross stitch. If it gets too long between I do it, I kind of forget what I was like. This I'm gonna do next time. So I actually think maybe I should just try and finish this part over here, so I get the whole building section done. Yeah, and then just this, I take this down here at the last part. So, but not bad, not bad at all. Not a damn thing. It's your cut off time too. Slept, showered, worked. Okay, I got my husband had flowers home. He got flowers from me. I got a really, really cute bouquet of flowers. And in return, I wrote a poem to him. Small one, not a big one, just a small one. In the name of honesty and transparency, I will tell you that me and my husband are and have been going some rough patches. Um, and I think it's, to be honest, I just think it's a part of life and partnership and marriage and whatnot. But no matter how much it's a part of life, it's always rough, I think. And it's not because I, please don't take this as a try for me to sit and I need someone to say it's to be sad for me or anything. This is just to tell you why I do some of the things I do, I think, and maybe I can inspire others to make other decisions, or so things changes, and those of you who are married to and or have been in a partnership for the longest time and has been together with a partner from, I would say, the 30s through the 40s and now in the 50s, know how much a partnership, yourself, your partner, life change. A lot of other stress for y'all too. um, so it's not a uncommon thing that when you reach this part of life, both as a partner, but also as a person, that some gets into midlife crisis, and they question a lot of things, both with themselves and their partner, and things are changing, not only between the two of you, but kids are maybe moving out. If you have kids, they are getting in an age where you either they're moving out or they are attending school long away from you. So that also changed things around, I think. So in that sense, a lot of things changes. And so going through a rough patch is not uncommon, and I would say that almost it would be more strange if you didn't go through that. But that being said, doesn't make it any more easier, or less a pain in the butt. It doesn't make you question everything less. I think you still question a lot of things in my mind. I think that uh, you we, no, I would say I feel like often that I want things to be as they used to be, and then realizing that they can't. I tell my kids, you can't know somebody most of your life and always get along. No, that's true. And I think for me, the big change has been that not only has we changed as individuals, but our partnership has changed too. And I, for my part, has had a hard time dealing with that, to be honest. And and it's a process. It's an ongoing process. And I think because the whole thing about me going through menopause, my body's changing, I'm changing. Um, yep, going through that right now with me working again. Yeah, that could easily be a trigger too. I get that for sure, for sure, for sure. Um, so just the fact that a lot of things are changing, and that I usually say that together me and my husband can deal with anything. We struggle the most if we are trying to deal with things separately. If I'm trying to deal with life and the challenges myself, or if he's trying to do it with him for himself. So, if we do it as a couple, we will succeed. The rate for us for succeed will be higher. Um, so a lot of these things that happens in life does make things can make things more difficult, or they can make it easier. It can make it more challenging, or it could be more, you could think it's boring, or um, and when you're like two persons where one is talking a lot, the other is not saying that much, um, it can be really, really a challenge to figure out what happened. Are we still going the same way? Are we still in the same book? Are we just on different pages? Is that why it feels like this? I'm a very sensitive person, so I can deal with not talking about feelings if I can feel it. If I can't feel it, I need to talk about it. And that's a challenge. And I think that the way things has shaped in this house is that we have had some very chaotic, dramatic years with the kids and the ex-wife and all that. And this is just settling down. The end of it, if we can say the end, has been equally chaotic and is equally filled with pain, and it hasn't ended yet. It is an ongoing process. There's two boys, and we're halfway through as we are in contact with one, but not the other one. Um, so, my way of dealing with this is one, try to remember why was it I married him in the first place? Why was it I said yes? Not yes as I did 6 years ago, but yes way back in the beginning, because I knew what I was walking into almost. I've For the first couple of years I could have just took my clothes and walked. I was not stupid. I knew this was going to be hard and difficult. So why was it I was thinking this was worth fighting for? The second thing is that how do I cope with my own changing? How do I feel like what do I do to make this a better transition for me, to be sure that I land on both feet in a good balance? This is where my crafting things come in. This is where the streaming came in. This is where my writing come in, and my dog. So as long as I have that, is good. Okay. So the next good thing that came to my mind was, I think it's time for us to sell the house. This house was a house that was a home was bought by my husband and his ex-wife. We haven't been able to sell it due to the house market prices and a very, very high price when they bought it. So, but now it's time, and I said to my husband, I feel like you should consider this. I did this in last month, and just a couple of days ago I said, what have you reached? And he said, well, I think you're right. We have to go with this. So the plan is that this year we are going to, that means my husband, is going to do as many repairs that make sense, and that will up the price on the house, and then the rest we're just gonna let be. And then we're going for, this is an owned house. We're going for a rent home next time, maybe apartment. We're gonna see what's up. Hopefully we will get some money out in this house, so we'll get something to do for down payment on the new home. But that is something we probably are going to look into 2025. So there's a lot of things that change in this, but my hope is that not that we are running from the problem, but we are changing scenery, and we're kind of doing what we have been talking about. We wanted to do from the beginning, but was not possible. So that's what we're doing now, and I hope that can be like the beginning or on the last part of our journey together, in the sense of that we are above 50, both of us, and we are not like young people and have the whole life in front of us. We are middle-aged people, and we have the last part of our life in front of us. And to do that as a couple, and as pleasant and as good as possible, and with as few worries as possible, I think it's the right move to do now. And hopefully, fingers crossed, we will find a good home that is ours, that we can establish, and maybe rent for a while and then save some money up to buy a house. You never know. So this whole setup I have here might change. Um, I'm not gonna change my streaming or my frequency thing, but it might be another setup or something that we will see, and we will cross that bridge when that comes. But the thing I wanted to say with this was that if you are experiencing change in your life that makes you want to give up, just try and remember what was it, what if you're living with a partner, and for all that it matters that he is not hitting you, you're not living in an abusive relationship, you're not living with someone who's you know not being nice to you, if you're living in a good relationship but that has something where you kind of, is this what I want? um I think that might be a thought everyone comes across every now and then. I would say after 15 years, 16 years, 16 years, this is actually the first time I think it. And I think it's due to that I have been in a long process due to my back and my body and all that, and that I've I've going and gone. I don't know. I'm completely through my menopause, but I'm actually in the last part of it. That's my feeling of it. So, but a lot of things have changed with my body. A lot of things has changed with how I see myself emotionally, physically, all the things. Something had landed on a good place. My work is working, but other things are still up in the air, and uh, I feel like I still feel like my marriage is worth fighting for. I still feel like we have some very deep connection, me and my husband. I just feel like life is kind of overshadowing some of this, and that life has sometimes made it very, very difficult for us to actually be a couple, be together, and maybe move on as a couple. And sometimes when that gets difficult, you tend to move on as individuals because that's easier, that's what you're used to, that feels safe. And that's some of the thoughts I think is with him and me anyway. And we just need now to kind of reconnect in a lot of ways. And we don't have our life. Yeah, we have the rest of our life. But I feel like I'm not going to use the next 30 years and be like when I'm 80, hey, now we can rest in peace. I feel like I want to solve this, and hopefully within the next 3, 4, 5 years, this is going to be all done set. So when I reach my 60s and I retire and everything, I can do it with a good clap on my pat on the back, be like, now it's all set. I have everything, all the ducks in a row. I can just move on with my husband on my side. We can go and do whatever we want. The things, the decision we make are purely with him and I in mind. And that's also a thing we need to readjust, because for the past, 16, 18 years, it's been like every time with something with a boy in mind, a kid in mind, 2 kids in mind. We can't do this because the kids need that. We can't do that because the kids, we can't do that. Now we can do or can't do because something we did, or it's something we need to be aware of, that now it's about us, it's not about the kids. um, that should be the four-legged kids. He will still be a part of what the decision we make. Okay, I need to get to bed. I'm just yapping out, but I hope that you got a bit out of the last part here. This was actually the part where I'm like, maybe what I was mostly geared for today, like in a mood for chill out with a cup of coffee, a smoke, feet up, and a reclining chair, and that just be rambling out with a mic on my side, like blah blah blah. So I did a bit of both today, I think. Um, Whoever stopped by today, thank you very much. For you who are in my chat, thank you for being here. I'm so grateful for all your support. It means a lot to me that people still stopping by, even when I'm just rambling out and being a little bit crybaby maybe. Um, Hopefully someone will get something out of it. I will be back tomorrow, doing whatever crafting I'm feeling like. Maybe I will take a smoke. Oh, no, I won't. Um, See you tomorrow. I am going to rush into my bed. I am completely smashed out in my head. Thanks for the stream, all the positive vibes. Totally on the same path lately, so I get it. Stila, thank you for not letting me down. You and I, Stila. You and I. No, thank you, Heroes and Diamonds. And I hope you will get better. See you all tomorrow, hopefully. And stay safe and take care out there. Bye.